Certainly the things that we did with 463 were an attempt to reach a good compromise. We see lots and lots of letters about people believing that this would allow the process that somebody could go in, apply for an absentee ballot or whatever, register to vote, and never see an election official. Certainly, we tried to make that clear with the words present down on the bottom and adding the requirements in all of the different forms, the registration form, not in this document, but the absentee form in this document and the portal that people put down the last 4 digits, social security number, driver's license, or non-driver ID, or check a box that says they don't have either. We think it's a reasonable compromise. I know that there has been pushback on the portal portion of this. Certainly, part of what we're trying to do there is so that people who are going to register could go to the portal, get send an email to the people, get the forms back from them, and bring them right to the election on election day, cutting down the lines that would be there. The other important parts is the reason that the absentee request form was changed is due to there really is no ID requirements, for absentee ballots. So having those extra fields in there gives us a better, check on who's applying. And then certainly the funding that is in there, part for the portal, but also part for verification of voters. And the way that's expanding in some of the conversations that I've had on 1370, that is important. In fact, in the latest revision of 1370, I put, instead of $1, I put $100,000 in there to fund the group that would do the verification. That would either need to be in here or in 1370 if we're going to do that. So I don't know if any of the other senators want to speak on the issue. Seeing none, I guess back to you.
Further discussion? Okay. So the allocations. I had the impression that the $50,000 was also in another bill. Am I wrong?
It was originally in a Senate bill, but you guys have put that on hold, I believe. And that's why it was added here, is to make it easier to go through. I don't exactly know what you guys' status on that Senate bill is, but it only needs to be provided once for that function. But now that we're expanding that group that would do the verifications, that is why, like I said, in 1370, I asked for 100,000, or if we do something different here with the portal, I would want to retain some of that money if I don't put it in 1370. So again, it's funded in one place and you're good.
Okay. And it's not already in 1370?
1370, the way it was written so that it didn't have to go to finance, was that it was written with appropriation of $1, and then I put the appropriation in 463, which was already going to go to finance.
Okay. Got it. Any other discussion?
I have a question about the absentee ballot requirements. Why are we adding absentee ballot requirements into a portal bill?
One of the functions of the portal was the ability to request an absentee ballot. So if we were, when I changed the portal bill so that I had identification, I know that Senator Susie on the Senate floor questioned, why we were asking for more identification. And I said, well, Senator Susie, it would be a travesty if someone went in and used your identity and changed you from a Democrat to a Republican and you weren't able to run for office. So again, to make all the forms consistent, if you look at the other, all of the registration form, the request for absentee ballot, and in this, also the portal would all be requesting that 4 digits of the social security number to help prove identity and make sure that we're not getting frivolous requests.
Follow up?
At least as I read it, this is asking for more identification than is currently required to request an absentee ballot.
Correct.
And it goes beyond what is in the current statute for identification.
Correct.
Is there a reason for that?
There are people who think that our current practice does not identify people that, especially absentee ballots, are vulnerable to people. And so in an effort to make it easy to vote but hard to cheat, we tried to add some information that's very easy for people to obtain. You know, your parents now, when they want to file their taxes, get you a social security number when you're just a baby. And so you live with that. So people know their social security numbers. And then if you have a license or a non-driver ID, that again is easy information, where you were born, you know, that kind of thing. Again, it's all easy information that a person who is a legitimate voter can, you know, copy down very quickly and complete that. And those data elements will be in the database and able to be verified against what the voter put in.
Representative Quayle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I also have a question about the absentee ballot application form. It appears to me, when it comes to what I'll call the winter weather exception, that the version of the form in this bill perpetuates an inconsistency in the current statutes, in that it reads, for use only on the Monday immediately prior to the election, National Weather Service has issued a winter storm warning. And then in the 2 paragraphs below where it says, I am elderly or infirm, and then I anticipate that school, child care, adult care will be canceled, that area. When we, excuse me a moment, when we look at eligibility under 657:1 in the current statutes, what I'm again going to call the winter storm exception, it just requires that that a person has concerns for his or her safety, and a person who cares for children and infirm adults. It does not have a requirement that you state you're elderly or infirm or have a physical disability. So I see that as an inconsistency in the form compared to the eligibility portion of the statute, 657:1, Roman numeral 2.
If you're looking at page 3 of the bill, the information that was changed is highlighted there in bold letters. The rest is the statute as it was written. And there is or was a bill that came to us that requested some changes to that. I'm not sure that the status of that, and if we did change it, then this will change to go along with it.
I believe that bill was HB 1119, if I remember correctly, and it's my recollection, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that went to interim study.
Then
Okay, thank you, Representative Lane. So
then
confirm.
the existing statute is what's reflected in here, as
And,
best I know, and
I-
except for the changes in bold.
It's, yes, this is reflecting the existing statute when it comes to the definition of the absentee ballot application, but that itself is currently inconsistent with the eligibility requirements. And I'm suggesting basically this would be an opportunity to bring the application and the eligibility portion of the statute into consistency.
Again, since the Senate has already taken a position on that other bill, I don't know that we would have to caucus to see if we could support that or not. But right now, what's in front of us is the changes that you see.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
But Chair, if I might add to that, the Senate did have a position of passing SB 535, which did correct this statutory inconsistency as well. So I believe it would be something consistent with previous Senate action.
What was the final status of that one?
I believe we sent it over to the House, who tabled it because there was HB 1119, which we then sent to interim study.
That's
So there
correct.
you go. Certainly, we would be happy to caucus about it, but
So I think that the most likely outcome here is probably no report on 463. Having said that, the $50,000 allocation for determining the qualification of voters, is there another bill before us today where we could reasonably include that, considering we're supposed to work with what's there?
that appropriation could be put into 1370, in my opinion, that already had the appropriation of the $1, and the number, the placekeeper I put in that amendment was only a placekeeper, just so that there's funds to, if we're going to really do 1370 and have a group that will help the voters provide their documentation, etc. And also that money can be used for, if a person comes in and they move from Manchester Ward 1 to Manchester Ward 7, right now at the polling place, they can't look up the people and know that they were previously registered. So that is one of the objections, is that they would have to prove citizenship and an age. But one of the things that the Secretary of State is, at least to me, seems agreeable to, is providing a tablet that would have the database on it, so that when a voter comes in and says, I was registered in Manchester 1 and now we're in 7, they would be able to look them up in real time right there at the poll. I shouldn't say real time. They will be able to look them up at the polls, because these would not be connected to the internet. It would have the database stagnant on there, and then they would only have to prove identity and domicile, which is the current statute.
And if I can ask you a legislating for dummies question, is it as simple as 1370 changing the $1 to 50 grand?
Again, if we're going to do the added things, I wouldn't, the 50 grand probably would not be sufficient, especially if I'm going to buy the tablets. So that's why I moved it to up to 100,000. Also, the revision that I put in 1370 would have an extended period for the data verification, so that group may be stood up for a longer period of time than it was originally anticipated, and that also would have an added expense.
All right. Anything further? And I think we're going to close the committee conference on 463. And we're a few minutes behind our time, so now we will move on. What's up next? 91. Okay, well, pass them out anyway. Pass them out anyway.
You got a break.
Yep. I started a tech company in the year 2000. They said they were going to go paperless in 6 months. I was there in 2016, still using paper.
Are you
All right, we're going to open the committee of conference on House Bill 1091. And Representative Lane, can you explain your proposal?
Yes, the proposal incorporates the changes that I sent around when we were discussing yesterday at Senate Bill 534. So it incorporates those. It also incorporates a few changes that Senator Susie wanted to make. So we did that. And then we incorporated the change about the mandatory electronic filing so that it starts in for the election of 2026 for the governor and executive council. And then for the election of 2028, it's mandatory for everybody else. And it's optional, of course, for anybody who wishes to file it, but it only becomes mandatory for everybody for the election of 2028. And that's pretty much it.
Is 2247 the? It just arrived on my desk.
It just arrived on my desk 5 minutes ago too, and unfortunately I did not keep a draft of the changes. But the first change that I see is down on page 1 on line 18. It's received contributions. It looks like make is highlighted. I thought that was in the original draft, but there was Senator Susie wanted to remove the word political party. Was it from, what was, bear with me. It was in Roman, it's on page 1, Roman numeral 3, line 21, the word political party was in there, and she asked that it be removed, so that was removed. On page 2.
Mind repeating the last one? If you don't mind just repeating the last one.
Page number 1, line 21. The words political party were removed. So it said for the success or defeat of a political party candidate, blah, blah, blah. And she said, we agreed that it was superfluous and it didn't really need to be in there. So we took it out. The term candidate, candidates, measure, measures is repeated throughout the chapter, throughout the bill. On line 2, page 22, the word for the definition of contribution, it's for value received or made. Again, Senator Susie asked that received be put in there rather than, or the other way around, made be put in rather than received. And then when we talked about it, we decided it really need to be both because it would catch both the donor and the political committee to which it was donated. So there's that one. You hold on. I got way too much paper here. If you go over to the definition of expenditure, I don't know what line that's on. We wish that we could have alphabetized these.
Got an expenditure that says expenditure does not include on line
Right.
15 and page 3.
Right. Go to the bottom of page, it's independent expenditure actually. Go to the bottom of page 3. The language that was changed is as it is now that independent expenditure means the disbursement of funds for an expenditure made by a political committee or person that promotes the success or defeat of any candidate or measure that is made without, and then it continues as it was already written in the draft that came back from the Senate. And the reason for that is that she wanted to make it clear that it would promote the success or defeat of any candidate, because that's in the current statute, and she wanted to make it clear that that was the case. So that's 30 and 31 on page 3. There weren't that many changes, to be honest. On page 8, and I'll have her confirm this when she gets here, but it's not page 8, I'm sorry. It's page 8 on a previous draft. If you look on page 9, line 22, the language except for the statement in paragraph Roman numeral I below, which shall be inclusive through the Tuesday before the statement is due, that was added by Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy to make sure that the last 2 days of the election cycle were included in the last report, which is which is the.
That was actually in the Senate version.
Oh, okay. I didn't, but good. All right. So it's not an addition. And then everything else is the same. 664-4 changed a bit, and this is what I wanted Senator Susie to get back to me on, because I haven't had her confirm this yet. It has to do with the removal of political advocacy committees, and the chart about prohibited donations. Oh, okay. Oh, it's still in. Okay. Well, page 7 at the bottom, it's line 32, and then it continues over onto page 8. No, I'm sorry, they're both on line 32. Political advocacy organization on line 32. We asked whether it should come out because in line 31, it says any other political committee. And a political advocacy organization is a political committee, so it wasn't making sense to us to have them both in there, one at 30 and one at unlimited. So she was going to check and get back to me on that, because we thought it should come out. And it looks to me, when you turn over on page 8, that there's something missing. 35 and then 36, there should be more there.
Okay, so this isn't necessarily the finished product?
This is not the finished product. Do you want to
And
mark it up?
this is a lot. I guess my suggestion would be to break and not try to dig into this right now. Break until a mutually agreeable time later, after both sides have had a chance to review this. It's up to you, Senator.
I think that we need a final version. It's unfortunate that Senator Susie has a conflicting committee.
Well, I think it will only take us 10 or 15 minutes to go through it. I know getting back together is the hardest part, but yeah.
Well, yeah, not everyone needs to show up if we have an agreement.
I'm around all day, so
What's that?
I'm around all day, so.
There's no escaping Senator Abbas.
All right.
So do you want to do that?
Yeah, if you recess it for a half an hour or something and then we're late, then nobody's going to kill us if we're late.
Yeah, I can't recess, then we have to do it tomorrow.
Okay,
So-
whatever the House rules allow you to do to get a
It's easy. I simply announce a break,
Okay.
and then you and I figure out when we want to come back, and when we figure that out, we just do it.
Okay.
All right, so that's what's happening. There'll be no gavel because this is not closed. We're simply on a break. All right, let's move on to the next one. We'll open the committee conference on House Bill 1313. Is there discussion? Well, don't all jump up at once.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think the Senate position is reasonable. The change simply said that essentially change it from 2 free requests to 1 and allows for other electronic media provided by the clerk. So it doesn't need to be sent via email. It's a pretty modest change.
Further discussion? House conferee is okay with the changes?
Senate's fine?
Yes.
Okay. I guess we're good with your version.
Thank you.
And oddly, now we have to wait 10 minutes.
If only they were all that fast.
Hmm?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. Abbas, yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah. And that's the first thing we've gotten done. Oh,
Thank you.
yes. I did not.
Connie, I do have a
sorry.
copy of that with me.
Which is that?
That's what I was going by, but there were also some changes
yeah.
that
I just-
Senator Susie
Oh,
and I
it's
talked about.
gonna be
that I need
after
to
the last
confirm with
bill,
her.
because these are
I
running
just
15
didn't want
minutes
to
back
sit
to
there
back.
with
till
it
the
in
end.
my hands
No,
and.
and I have that too, so
Okay.
thank you.
I'll be back.
It'll be this afternoon, because they're gonna need time to go back and read a fat amendment. Thank you. Is there discussion? Representative Quayle?
1369.
Correct.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding of the differences between the House and Senate positions is that the House position called for having the checklist updated every 4 years, starting in 2027, with a 4-year look-back period, meaning that if someone hadn't voted in 4 years, they would be removed from the checklist. The Senate position, as I understand it, was again having the checklist updated every 4 years with a 6-year look back period starting in 2025. And personally, I think that the Senate position is acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I don't know when the appropriate time to tell you this is, but I will not be able to sign this report,
Okay.
so.
And Senator Gray, I think you explained the idea was that if somebody missed 2 presidential elections, then they got flagged on this?
We moved the date from 27 back to 25, so it would happen right after the presidential election. And then we did look back 2 years because most of the voters that are affected by this are voters who, through their own choice, usually vote just in the presidential elections. And so this hopefully will cut down on the number of people who come in and have to re-register. But if we do implement the provisions in 1370, if they are or were registered, they would not have to prove citizenship, etc. They would only be required to prove identity and domicile for the existing statute.
All right. Anybody else? Then I think the report will be to accept the Senate version.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open the committee of conference on House Bill 1370. Is there discussion?
Yes. I sent around an amendment last night, 2226, and if anybody doesn't have a hard copy of it, I have some right here. Just tell me. Anybody else need one? Okay. This will require a change that on line 6 on page 1, near the end of the thing, it says the mover. And that was supposed to be either voter or applicant. And applicant is the word that I want because the 2 lines above that, we talk about by the applicant. Because they are, until they get certified and registered, they're an applicant. So that's one change. The other thing that we did talk about, and that's on page 2, on the back, is the appropriation. And we talked about that when we talked about the portal bill 463, is that if we're going to make this work, there does need to be an appropriation. The appropriation was in 463. 463 looks like it is going to be not concurred on, so that we would need the $100,000 that I put in here to do the things that stand up that group on election day. But this actually has that group available through noontime on Friday for making adjustments. And if we're going to also do the tablets that would have the database on there for the whole state, so the person who comes in and says, I'm in Manchester 1, I was registered in Manchester 1 and now I'm in Manchester 7 or wherever, they would be able to look that person up and they would not need to prove anything but their identity and their domicile. And that, because of the actions we took on 63, that 100,000 may actually need to go up some to accomplish all that within the funds that we have. But this should also decrease the amount of time that the investigator in the AG's office has to spend. The data that I got from 16, 17 election time period from the Secretary of State said that they spent 871 hours, and that's the last data that I have for that on those investigations, which is almost a half a man year. So I think that with the addition of this amendment, we are on track. We will be able to withstand any challenge, either from the court or someone who thinks that we're going to lose motor voter, because on election day, anybody that comes in, if they thought they had proper documentation, this, the way it's written right now, would give them relief either through the court or be able to provide that documentation themselves by noontime on Friday, or they would be able to, the group, if they could verify it after the fact, they would be able to. But remember, it is still the voter's responsibility, or the applicant's responsibility, whatever you want to call them at that time, to provide the documentation that they have established a domicile, that they are a citizen, and they have attained the age. And to prove any of those, you first have to prove identity, because your documents, like your birth certificate, doesn't prove identity, and so you need to know that. So those are my comments. I don't know if any of the senators have additional comments.
I have a question. The effective date on the bill
Yep.
is, so a lot of these changes, if it were upon passage, would they impact the next election?
Correct. And my conversations with the Secretary of State is that he can be ready for the primary. And see, he didn't even shake his head no or anything when I said that.
You have to go up there.
But my question is, what about changing the effective date to after this next election? A question for the senator, actually.
The, having these provisions go into effect before the primary, gives you an election before the general election to try out everything that's going on. I would expect that the provision in here for data verification ballots would be higher in the primary because people are getting used to the process. And if I don't make it effective, then I don't get the benefits of that, either for the voter or for the state. And that's why, although it be hurried, the Secretary of State, if he's got the time to do it, then that's when it should happen.
Mr. Secretary, you're up. Not at all. I'm sorry, what? So about getting this implemented for the upcoming election, my question is, I know that a lot of legal challenges to changes in election law, especially for injunctive relief, are successful when it's close, which is not actually properly legally defined as far as I can tell, to an upcoming election. Is there a risk of us making these changes for the upcoming election?
There is no question that either this bill or 1569 changes the process enough that we are going to have to do extensive training with local election officials and the general public to help them understand what the law change is. We're certainly willing to make every effort to do that, but there are 3 months between now and the state primary election and 5 months before the general election.
So you think it's okay to implement this immediately?
I think if that's the choice of this legislature, we would do everything in our power to make it happen.
Okay. Further discussion? Senator Gray?
There are good parts in this bill. I do not want you to push the date out. But parts of this, like standing up that group and having tablets available at the various polling places so that people don't have to prove citizenship, is a benefit to the voter. It's a benefit to the people who are doing it. It should make the process go quicker and smoother. So there are benefits in this. But again, I believe that we can withstand the court challenge. At some point, I imagine that there will be a challenge, but everyone who walks into that poll that provides information that is not disproven by a research of the information is actually going to get to vote on that day. Some of them may have to provide additional information, but again, we'll try to help them do that, but it's still the voter's responsibility to provide the documentation.
Further discussion? Representative Lane?
Are you aware that the Clerks and Association is against this bill for exactly the same reason that you indicated? And have you talked with the clerks about getting this implemented and what's going to happen in a very, shall we say, watched election in November of 2024? I'm
Who's that
assuming the
question for?
question is for me.
Sorry, it was for Senator Gray.
Okay. I have talked to various people in the Clerks Association. I've talked to them over the years. And one thing I can tell you is pretty much consistency. If a clerk is required to do more, then the Clerks Association normally comes in and opposes whatever bill it is. Okay. Right now, this bill is aimed at the voter. It is aimed at election integrity. It is trying to satisfy both the people on the far right and the far left that we are doing everything that we can do to help the voter, except just taking their word. In the 2016-17 data, which was compiled by the AG's office, there were 230 affidavits that the inspectors in the AG's office could not verify, could not find the people. Yes, we have not had a lot of people who have been prosecuted, but 230 that I can't find. Now, there is a disclaimer in the report, and I agree with it, that I do not believe that all 230 of those people voted improperly. I don't think the number would be anywhere near 230. But just because it happens infrequently, you still lock your door at night. You still lock your car when you park it here in the parking lot. You still do all of those things to ensure the safety and integrity of your curtilage and your property. This is just another measure. This is, instead of having a person come in, not have the documentation, fill out an affidavit, and then have them investigated, we're taking out the documentation. We're taking out that affidavit, and we're going to do the inspection or the investigation on election day. But if for some reason we can't, this amendment gives them an out. They can provide the documentation within the, we'll say noontime on Tuesday to noontime on Friday is 3 days. Okay. And we will also try to assist them in getting that information through this group. And that this amendment does all of that.
Further discussion? Representative Lane?
This is for Secretary of State Scanlon. Have you talked with anybody at the federal DOJ to assure us that we're not going to lose our status under NVRA, the National Voter Registration?
I have not spoken with anybody from the federal DOJ. New Hampshire has an exemption from the National Voter Registration Act because we have Election Day registration. I don't see anything in this bill that, where the statute eliminates Election Day registration. Voters, as long as they bring in the documentation that is required, will have the opportunity to register and vote. Going beyond that, if voters have trouble with that process on the day of the election, does that constitute a violation? I don't know the answer to that. That's a legal question.
Okay. I have more
Continue.
questions.
I'm assuming you're just going to go through all this.
Would that make it simpler if I just asked the Secretary of State to answer those questions? Would you be willing?
Those were very thoughtful questions, by the way.
Thank you. Do you think that you could run through them and answer them for us? Because they're concerns that I know that you and I have spoken about and that others have spoken about.
Certainly. So the first one I just answered. The second question, have you talked with anyone? I answered that one too. So what percentage of Granite Staters were born outside of New Hampshire? I don't have that number, but I would safely say that there is a high number of citizens and voters in New Hampshire who were not born in the state. What I do know is that there are about 45,000 voters that were born in different countries.
Mm-hmm.
And of those, about 7,000 used a qualified voter affidavit to prove their citizenship qualifications.
Can I interrupt?
I guess I don't understand the purpose.
Go ahead.
Why do we want to know how many Granite Staters were born outside
Because
of New Hampshire?
Well, because it is often very difficult, in my case, it's very difficult to obtain a birth certificate because the hospital that I was born in was burned down, as were their records. So it was very difficult for me. I also, when I got married, I did not take my husband's name, but then took it later. So when I went to register, I had to get a copy of my divorce certificate. So these are steps that I don't think people expect to be taking. And I guess I want to bring that home, that this is a whole new regime for people who want to register to vote.
Where are you from?
I was born in the great state of West Virginia.
Oh, maybe that's it. I was born in New York in 1964. Seeing the horrible mistake they made, they tore down the hospital in 1965. And a couple of years ago, I had to get my birth certificate. I never got out of my jammies or left my house. I did it online. I couldn't just apply for one, and they sent it to me.
Well,
So I don't
you
know.
were lucky.
Maybe that was a product of West Virginia. Senator Gray?
Some of the data that Representative Lane is speaking to is supported by other things that are going on. If there's a what they call a SAVE database, and that's systematic alien verification for entitlements program that has a lot of information about people's citizenship. There is the data that is behind the scenes for your real ID. The ID itself doesn't have the data, but it is in a database where a person from the DMV has actually looked at your birth certificate that you provided for that. There is information on TransUnion. Certainly in my conversations with the AG's office, one of the things we did is we had him look me up, and he could tell me within a year period of when I got my Social Security and when I got my Social Security number. And there's a lot of other information in TransUnion. That is the kind of database between Equifax and TransUnion, is where when you call up and they say, well, we're going to ask you some questions. Which of these three places did you live in? Which of this, that, or the other thing? And TransUnion has that. And remember that the criteria is more likely than not, okay? So I say that a young person comes in and they're driving a vehicle, okay? That vehicle may be registered in their mother and father's name, but since they're driving it and they are 18 years old or 19 years old and they said they live at the same residence, well, that in itself might not be sufficient. But if there's one or two other pieces, you quickly get to the level of it's more likely than not that their domicile is wherever. And again, we're doing what we can, but again, it's the voter's responsibility to provide the documentation. It is not the state's responsibility. Thank you.
Could you continue?
General question. Is this bill changing the voter requirements or just the documentation?
This bill just requires documentation.
Representative Lane, continue.
Could the Secretary of State please continue to answer the questions that Senator Susie and I raised?
What?
I was asking if the Secretary of State could continue to answer the questions that were raised in Senator Susie's and my letter to him.
Have at it, and a key piece is how the bill affects the question.
So the next question is, how will these measures impact married women whose names may not match their birth certificates? Will they bring their marriage certificates? And what if they were married outside of New Hampshire? I don't know the answer to that question other than to say that that is an identity issue. And New Hampshire currently has a voter ID law where a voter has to show their photo identity to obtain a ballot, and issues related to that will be addressed in that process. And right now we know that it is just a fraction of 1% of voters who do not have the appropriate identification and currently have to fill out a challenge voter affidavit and have their photo taken. The next question is, what provisions are there for U.S. citizens born abroad, including those born to military families? Again, if it's a United States citizen, they should have documentation, whether it's a passport or whatnot, that they can bring in. Military personnel registering to vote have to comply with federal requirements of that process, and they simply have to fill out a federal postcard application to become registered to vote. And I don't believe that changes with this proposed legislation. How many voters will these bills affect? Again, I don't have a specific number that I can give you. What I can tell you is historical numbers. New Hampshire went through a verification of the checklist. Some people call it a purge, where there were about 175,000 names removed from the checklist. And what happens in the election or two after that occurs are those individuals will re-register to get back onto the checklist. My understanding of the reading of this bill is that once identity and domicile are established, any voter who was priorly registered in the system would automatically be accepted. So we know that in 2012, for example, a presidential election immediately following a purge, there were about 100,000 people registering to vote on the day of the election in that election. I would expect we're going to have similar numbers in this election, this presidential election. I would believe the large percentage of those voters are already inactive in the system, but they would be quickly verified by searching their identity in the system. So I think we would be dealing with a number probably in the low tens of thousands, in terms of numbers of individuals.
Tens of thousands, is that what you said?
Yes, yeah, but probably something less than 25,000. What number of affected voters do I consider acceptable? Obviously, I firmly believe that any voter who's qualified to vote should be able to exercise that right to be able to cast that vote. I also believe, though, that in New Hampshire it is incredibly easy to register to vote and to go to a polling place and vote. I think that it is a legitimate concern of those people that are concerned about who is participating, that they have backup information that those individuals that are participating are qualified. So I don't think that it is voter suppression or too much to ask voters to be able to, give that confidence that they're qualified to vote. There are limits. I mean, it can go to an extreme in either direction, but I believe that asking for qualifications is not unreasonable. Additionally, what happens if someone shows up to register without a birth certificate or passport? As Senator Gray mentioned, there is a provision in this bill for the Secretary of State to organize basically a phone bank with other state agencies that have access to databases where this information would be available, and that it would be up to my office and that call center to try and confirm qualifications within 20 minutes. And if that confirmation could not be made, then there was a process by which that voter could cast either a judicial review ballot or a verification ballot. How long does it typically take to obtain these documents, and what are the associated costs? I think we all know what the process is for getting a driver's license or a passport. Getting a passport could cost, a person, depending on whether it's a pass card or a passport, somewhere between, I don't know, $80 and $150. Driver's license fees are what they are. It's easy for a person who's born in New Hampshire to obtain a birth certificate there for a reasonable cost. Other states have different processes for doing that.
Are you aware of how long it takes to get citizenship documentation?
I am not. How will our election officials be prepared by September, and what is my response to their concerns? My response to their concerns is that I agree that what is being asked is a significant new program, and it will require effort on the part of every local election official to be trained on this new process so that they understand it. I know from past exercises, on laws that have passed, we can do very extensive training, and there will be individuals at the local level that will not do it properly, as innocent as those issues are. My office has already ramped up a very significant training program that is available to all local election officials. We do it in person. We're doing recording of training so that they're available online. We do webinars. And so we can make that effort to make sure that the information is available. Again, my office still has to develop what these procedures are going to be, and then we have to train them within a 3-month window before the state primary, and then the big event in November at the general election. Regarding the proposed election hotline, how will it operate? What will it cost? How many staff will it require? What is the expected duration of the average call? I don't know the answer to those questions at the moment. Do you anticipate implementation of this legislation could result in long lines and delays? And do all New Hampshire polling places have adequate cell phone service to support this hotline? If this is not done properly, it could result in delays and possibly voters leaving the polling place. The bill calls for extending the call center for verification beyond just election day so that we can continue to work to make sure that voters who could not be confirmed within that initial 20 minutes have a thorough review and have an opportunity to have their ballot counted. Finally, have you had any discussions with other agencies such as DOJ, Safety, or DOIT about operating an election day hotline? How many agencies do you expect to participate, and how many people will be required to staff the calls? How long do you anticipate a voter will need to wait for their information to be verified? I have had superficial conversations with other agencies, and they are willing to participate in this effort. Obviously, the objective and the goal would be to make sure that we are overstaffed in doing this as opposed to understaffed. But those details still have to be worked out. I believe that is the questions that you asked.
Further discussion? Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to understand I want to make sure I understand this correctly. There's qualifications to be eligible to vote, and this is just requiring people to demonstrate that they're actually eligible to vote. So I guess when it comes to the citizenship section, if we're going to make that a requirement, why is it an issue to make sure we're able to verify that when they're registering to vote? I mean, otherwise, it's just there on paper without any really rhyme or reason how it can be enforced.
Representative Lane?
I think I can answer that question. Most states do not require proof of citizenship. They take an affidavit. The reason being that there are some federal and there are state law repercussions if you lie on an affidavit. State-wise, it's up to $5,000, and probably you would never become a citizen because then you would be down for fraud and you would never be able to become a U.S. citizen. And it's unlikely that somebody is going to try to cheat to vote and give up their opportunity to become a U.S. citizen. So most states don't have it, and I think the fact that we're going to basically disenfranchise 7,000 people because there's no proof that anybody has cheated on the citizen affidavit, and we are disenfranchising 7,000 people by this bill.
Senator Gray?
I take exception to the 7,000 voters characterization. The question that was answered where the 7,000 came in was how many could be affected. That affected could be people who didn't bring in an ID, people who didn't bring in proof of domicile, people who didn't. And we addressed the concerns that were brought to us by the opposition in every one of the things that we could address, okay? The having a tablet available at the polling place will cut down on the citizenship problems that you've cited considerably. New registrations, we could probably get the number of how many were new registrants that weren't, but that's going to cost us time and money, okay? I can tell you by the 25 years that I was a moderator that it was very few people in Hampshire that weren't brand new voters, either moved into the state or whatever, okay? I've talked to the Secretary of State about having a public service announcements that what we're doing and how it should be done. When we implemented the affidavit ballot that took place within the last few weeks before the election, it was rarely used. And I'll let the Secretary, he probably knows the number, okay? And part of this is modeled after that same thing. But we're going to try to help you if we can. If you have a real ID and it's in New Hampshire, fine. If you have a vehicle registered in New Hampshire, okay, when I talked to the DMV people, they said they could tell me every vehicle that I've ever registered here in New Hampshire, okay? And if somebody walks in and they says, okay, yeah, I had a Chevy Nova, a 1969 model that I registered brand new, that's a pretty good indication that, I am who I say I am, right? That maybe a social media account, okay? If you've got a social media account that's been up for 5 or 6 years and you've got some other corroborating information, you meet the requirement of more likely than not, in my opinion. That'll be up to the Secretary of State and how he trains people. We are not trying to disenfranchise anyone. We are trying to help the voters meet their requirement to provide documentation of citizenship, of age, of domicile. And then, like I say, many of those documents don't prove who they're for, so you then have to prove identity in addition to those, for those other documents to work.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a quick clarification that I think is important?
Sure, go ahead.
That 7,000 number was the number of voters that filled out the qualified voter to establish their citizenship that were born out of the country. Those individuals are now on the checklist. And so the only, they were already on the checklist. As long as they prove their identity when they go to vote, then they're going to be allowed to vote.
Thank you. All right, so I think I've allowed a lot of latitude, but this is clearly devolving into a debate on the bill and not the differences between the House and the Senate. So let's try to zero in on that. Senator Gray, your proposed amendment.
Right.
You want to change $1 to 100,000?
The amendment has the 100,000 in there, and that's to fund the things that we didn't fund in 463. The amendment does need at least one word change, and that's on line 6, where it did an autocorrect and put in mover instead of voter, but the actual correct word in there should be applicant, because they are not a voter until they are registered, so they are applying. So the
We will
correct
not
word.
require voters to carry furniture into the polling place. Agreed.
Amen. So that's to the amendment. That is the only change I have. If the committee believes that, probably if I were to put in that dollar figure at the end right now, I would probably go to 150,000, since we gutted all the money out of 463. And I was depending upon part of that to fund this, but certainly whatever the committee's intent is or comes to an agreement, I'll support it.
Will 100,000 get us there?
I don't see the Secretary of State shaking his head no, so. It's, will 100,000 get us there? I had asked him to go to 150, and
I was going to say, you want 100 grand? Okay. So changes to the amended by the Senate version. Your amendment will have to fix mover. And I looked at the language in the funding paragraph. You just have to change the number, right? I think the rest of the language is adequate.
the amendment already has the 100,000 in it.
Okay.
The only change that I know of to my amendment is changing that word mover.
Okay. Anything else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one mechanical question on the amendment on line 6, where you have this 20-minute window. I wondered who starts the clock?
The wording that I put in there is not verified or disproven within 20 minutes by the individuals trained by the Secretary of State. So as soon as they contact them, that's when the clock starts.
What if they get a busy signal?
I'm willing to change the wording in there to help you out.
I'm just curious.
Do you have a suggestion?
Yes, but it's probably not appropriate at this time.
Okay. I mean, this says if we can't reconcile their issue within 20 minutes once contact's made, they get to vote anyway.
Making it longer would just prolong the process. And but if they don't get resolved in 20 minutes, they get to go cast their vote, ballot, and that's it. Do you want to make it shorter? I think that might be too short.
Okay, so I think we can draft a report that has this, make sure we don't have to be movers to vote, and 100,000 is already in here, right?
Yep. Does the chair want me to do the drafting of the amendment, or is the chair going to do it?
OLS is going to ask, is this an amendment or a report? Let's not make them do it twice. I
All
can
right,
do it.
If
So-
you need additional assistance from me, you know I'd be more than happy to help.
Absolutely. So this to the Senate amended version, fixing the word mover, and we're there. And that changes to voter,
I would say applicant.
applicant.
And if you look 2 lines above, it says presented by the applicant. So to be
Oh, okay.
consistent, that mover should go to applicant.
Got it. And this 20-minute thing, is that new?
The 20-minute was to, in my discussions with the Secretary of State, we needed to have some kind of a cutoff. I mean, if a person, was working on it and working on it and working on it, and that's why, because you have the affidavits right now, that there is a cutoff. You fill out the affidavit and then you go on about your business.
Got it.
And that's why we put in, pending judicial review or data verification, and therefore put that time limit in there. But then those people at the site may continue to work on that if they don't receive another call that requires their attention, and may be able to resolve the issue on election day.
So- Yep, okay. All right, anything else on this? We will close then the committee conference on House Bill 1370. And what now? 1569, 96? 1596.
Right now, we're going to do 1596 because it's scheduled. Pretty,
Alrighty, let's open the committee conference on House Bill 1596 FN. Again, Senator Gray, we were fine. The only issue that we had was there was a concern that an inadvertent regular person didn't have a protection in the language that we have. Representative Brennan has brought us language that she believes doesn't really change your bill except adds an exemption for somebody who sees a deep fake of, I don't know, that evil Representative Smith being mean to puppies and goes, oh my God, this is terrible, and they repost it, and we don't want them held liable because they didn't do research or run analysis to find out that I would never hurt a puppy. In fact, I love dogs more than people.
Good reason.
I don't know if you can look at this and decide now, or if you want to come back later. Senator
If I
Abbott.
can just ask one question. Lines 4 and 5 of the amendment, it appears under Roman numeral 5A, it just adds for content provided by another party. What's the reason I guess, does it matter if it was provided by another party or not? What was the rationale for adding that?
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. The addition of that makes it consistent with the other AI bill that has been passed by both bodies. That's HB 1432. And so just to keep it consistent, which was really important to both the House and the Senate, that the language between AI bills be consistent. That is the reason for this change. Thank
Can
you.
you give an example of an interactive computer service provider?
There may be someone who is here who would like to do that for us. Otherwise, I would say there are experts who have advised us that this is the most appropriate language.
My bad. So, for example, if I'm having a Zoom meeting and show a deep fake during the meeting, Zoom itself is exempt, I believe is the intent of this.
Thank you.
Okay. Further? You,
What's that?
all right. So the report will be the Senate amended version with this amendment.
Mr. Chair, do you need a formal introduction of this amendment or adoption of this amendment, or does it just go in the report?
There's, there is no amendment. There's a report, and this language is just being incorporated into the report.
Thank you for that clarification.
All good? All right. Thanks for playing. Let's close House Bill 1596, and I believe that concludes our business except for getting together later in the day on 1091. All right.